Alright, time to play some Spiral Knights. It's been a while since I've done this. I think my last Spiral Knights stream was like 5 days ago. So what's this? We have the Adopt a Baby Monster. Okay. I think this is an old event. I remember these. The little Mew Cat one is cute, the Ghost Cat. I think I might have one of those. I don't really remember though. How many crowns do I have? 7,000. Alright, let's do some arcade mode. What's the Dark Skull Gate? What does this have? Ooh, a lot of those dream levels. The munitions factory. Devilite levels. Let's do the Coral Sun Gate, or not the Coral Sun Gate, but the Diamond Serpent Gate. I think we'll do this one today. Good, this was the right way. 5,000 crowns isn't too bad. Let's see what's next. This like a beast area or a devilite area? Okay, yeah, the devilish treasury. Let's make room for the new healing capsules. And the new vials too. These ones are old. I wonder if that's a glitch or something. Like, why is a tier 1 potion dropping in the in like the second tier? Like, these healing capsules shouldn't be appearing after Moorcroft, I don't think. Hey, welcome into the stream. Just working on a little bit of Spiral Knights today. Those guys are a real pain in the butt to get close to, so I'm gonna play it safe and use my blaster. Shield. Yeah, Spiral Knights is a lot of fun if you just want like a casual game to slay monsters in. I came back to Spiral Knights because they started making a lot of good updates. Like, they started fixing some of the problems with the engine and stuff to reduce lag. And they even have some future updates planned, so... It's too bad this game isn't like on console or anything though, because I think it would be super popular if it was a bit more more mobile. It's a great little party game just to mess around in. I would say it's worth checking out. It's currently being managed by a small team called Grey Havens, so updates are kind of slow, but they do update it once in a while. I think I quit back in like 2015, so I came back after about 10 or 11 years. At the moment, it seems like the team is planning to do something with the arcade mode, so they're planning on updating that. I'm not sure when exactly. It could take a while since they're kind of a small team. But basically they were investing all their money into like a game that some sort of puzzle game that didn't really work out for them. And now they're starting to realize, wait a minute, everyone's still playing Spiral Knights. We should focus on updating that game. So now they're kind of focusing on doing more updates for this, which I think is definitely the right decision. So I don't think this will ever be like a super big MMO again with like as many players as a lot of other MMOs, but it's still a fun little game if you're looking for something different. Oh yeah, you can create a new character. Like, you can have up to 3 characters on like one account. So yeah, if you want to like create a new character and start all over to experience the game, that's a good idea. They also made it easier to upgrade your gear. It's not as much of a grind anymore. That was a pretty recent update. It happened like a month ago. So a lot of players are really happy about that. I think one area where the game really shines is like dungeons. Like they got a couple of dungeons in the game and like they all have massive replay value. You can program a controller to work with it. And I also hear it works really well on the like Steam Deck as well, so soon I'm going to like get a Steam controller and I'm gonna program that to work with it. Like I used to play with a Logitech controller, now I play with mouse and keyboard. But like I used to play with a Logitech controller and it worked just fine. Just have to program it to the game and all that. This is one of the dungeons. This is the Silver and Slime dungeon. You can also like, there are what, 4 arcade gates? And like each arcade gate eventually leads you to one of the dungeons. You can do the dungeons through story mode or encounter them like randomly in arcade. And this arcade gate has this dungeon. I mean, what I did when I had a Logitech controller was I made it so I could move around with one of the joysticks, and then I used the D-pad for movement as well, so I can move around like this really effectively, and because that was a little bit better for like aiming my gun when using a controller. Okay, let's lure those guys out of here. The other thing I've always really liked about Spiral Knights is like the guild hall feature too. Like, guild halls are really customizable in this game. And since I've been away, like, Grey Havens has made a lot of small updates to improve guilds too, which I'm looking forward to getting back into. I've only read about those updates, haven't really experienced them. shield up. Get that one. And then we'll get this guy. There already are some gameplay videos. I found 2 of them on the Korean site. I actually just put a video out where on YouTube, like right before I started streaming Spiral Knights. I watched one of the guys' gameplay videos. Because some of them were like playing at the fantasy party and they were using like their phones to record videos of their playtime. So yeah, very excited for Eternity, and I definitely like what I saw, like in the playtest video that I watched. Apparently for like character creation, we're getting like sliders for our characters, so there will be like sliders to make your character look more how you want. Like you can adjust the shoulders, the waist, and like all that stuff on your character. That was in the video. I think most of the menus look fine, like for your character, for like what you equip and like the dying window and all that. Those look fine. One thing I'm not really sure I like about the Eternity test is it looks like in the inventory there was a thing that said weight, so I think they added like a weight limit for your character. I'm not really sure how I feel about that because that means it could limit how many items I can carry, and I like having big inventories. So that was kind of the only big thing that I had a major gripe with. Yeah, I can't wait to see how the actual alpha testing goes whenever that starts. I'm guessing if it's later this year, the alpha tests might begin in like September or October maybe, so I'm kind of expecting to see more videos about it pop up like around that time. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that there'll be ways to increase your character's weight and like how much you can carry. And who knows, maybe not all items will have weight. Like maybe like outfits and like chairs and stuff might have 0 weight for all we know. It might only be for like weaponry and other stuff. But yeah, I hope it doesn't impact my character's inventory too much. To be completely honest, I don't even really use the dressing room that much in Mabinogi. Like, I keep most of my outfits on hand because I don't like paying the fee for the dressing room and all that. I got like 1,000 chairs. But the big thing I noted in the video was, like, it still looks like Mabinogi, and that's why I'm really happy about it. It looks like they put a lot of effort into making sure that they kept the original style that Mabinogi had. Everything looks the same, it just looks updated, and I love the way that turned out. Like, it still feels like the same game. I'm really glad they didn't decide to create like a new Mabinogi or anything like that, or drastically change it, because I think that's what a lot of players fear. It's like, look at how many new MMOs come out these days that are like completely failing or only doing well for like a month or two before they go under. The people that play Mabinogi know what they like, they've been in it for a very long time, and they don't want drastic changes. The other thing that I didn't really like note down when I was like recording it, but I noticed the gameplay was really smooth too. Like, I didn't notice any massive lag spikes or anything like that. But who knows? I mean, that was at like the... I mean, obviously at their site they're gonna make sure everything's running as well as it possibly can, so it'll be interesting to see lag, if there's any lag in like the actual alpha testing when people are using their own personal computers to test it and stuff. But overall, I was pretty impressed with like how smoothly the game was running. So it looks like it's well optimized. Yeah, I think that's just a big concern like a lot of players have, because it's... I mean, look how expensive computers are these days, too. It's like that hasn't helped any. Upgrading computers is really, really expensive. Like, the great thing about Mabinogi right now is it runs on almost anything that's a Windows computer. So the only players that are really going to have to upgrade their system are the ones that are still playing on their laptop from like 2005. Gotta upgrade those potatoes. Good, there's one more slime over here I want to get. Yeah, and I get that, you know, I mean, it's just something that needs to happen, you know, I mean, I understand what it's like to be a player struggling for money sometimes, but, I mean, you have to upgrade your computer eventually. I mean, it's great if you have been using a computer that's over 10 years old, but at some point you need to be prepared for the fact that you might need to make a small upgrade at some point to stay modern, and that's just part of life. Like, overall, I think Eternity needs to happen if Mabinogi is going to have a future. Do some shield bash there, get rid of those guys. I mean, like, one thing to think about is it doesn't really matter how well optimized they make it. The simple fact of the matter is it is going to take up more computer resources to AFK in a bigger place like Dumbarton and Unreal if it has, you know, over, you know, around 100 players in it or something, all using chairs and stuff. Like, just imagine, you know, Channel 1, the shopping channel, right? Like, that's going to be very busy and probably pretty laggy, even if the game is well optimized, because the game is just going to take up more computer resources regardless, and there's going to be a lot of players to load up. So yeah, players might AFK a little bit less, or at the very least, AFK in less populated areas. Maybe that'll be the push players need to actually start AFKing in smaller communities in like other towns and stuff, instead of all just being in Tyrconnell and Dumbarton. Maybe people will spread out a little bit more to like reduce the size of people AFKing in a certain area. Like, that's what I would do. Like, use Emain, use Bangor, use all of the other towns. Yeah, like, best solution to that is to start using the other towns. I don't know, I don't see too many people AFKing in Tyrconnell these days. I mean, I mostly stick to Channel 4, but even when I bounce around to a couple of the other channels, except for Channel 1, Tyrconnell sometimes only has, like, maybe 2 or 3 other people. It's usually Dumbarton that's the big zone. I also hear that Mabinogi Mobile is going to get its global release sometime this year too, so I am also kind of excited for that as well. So it sounds like later this year could be like a major Mabinogi thing going on, because we'll have players playing the alpha tests for Eternity. There'll probably be a winter showcase in November or December releasing more news about Eternity or how the alpha test is going, and Mabinogi Mobile might also be out to try out, so I'm kind of excited. Like, there could be a lot of Mabinogi content for me. always look forward to the winter showcase because, like, in the winter, MMOs get like fewer updates typically because, you know, everyone's going on vacation or whatever, going to see their families and stuff. So it's like getting Eternity news right before the holidays is great for me because then my content doesn't dry up. Then I have something to make videos on. So I'm always excited about that. As long as they don't mess up the game drastically, if they can fix what's like currently wrong with the game and stuff, which they are, they improve tech missions. It seems like Choi Dong-min has partly learned his lesson, so hopefully the game will start to get better. I think if they keep improving the game, once we get Eternity, I believe Mabinogi could easily rival even FF14. Yeah, and I definitely plan on streaming it too. Like, absolutely. I don't make Mabinogi my only focus anymore, but that's only because, like, Mabinogi content is so small as it is, and Choi Dong-min kind of bummed me out with his bad updates. So, like, I try and do a little bit of variety for now, but yeah, when Eternity comes around, I'll be able to mostly focus on just making 90% of my content Mabinogi content, which I'm looking forward to. Like, it's wild to think about. I was 16 or 17 years old when I started playing Mabinogi. And now I'm like 36, so Mabinogi's been a part of my life for a very, very long time. Yeah, since Gen 9, that's a long time. Mabinogi has a good way of, like, making players stay. It's like, even if you quit for a little bit, it knows you're never gonna quit for good. You're gonna come back. Mabinogi knows that. It's a very enchanting MMO. When I first started playing, there was the Secrets of Erenid came out. I think that was like Gen 6 or 7 or something. I remember because I saw like the background on the login screen. It was like Secrets of Erenid and all that. So it was really cool. Oh yeah, it is kind of like dealing with like a toxic relationship or a toxic ex or something, because Nexon's greedy, so they'll give you just enough to make you feel important and feel good, and then after that, then they'll kind of punish you and get greedy, and then after a while, they know you'll stay for the nostalgic good times, and then eventually, after you suffer a little bit, they'll finally give you the update that you want. Nexon is a lot better about not doing that, but back in the old days, that's how they used to operate, even more so than today. I mean, that's how they butchered MapleStory 2. Like, MapleStory 2 was an MMO with a lot of potential when it came out in the NA, and then it started in like in October or whatever, and it was fine for like the first few months, and then like February or whatever, the game started going downhill, and it was mostly because Nexon was getting greedy, like really, really greedy for money and stuff. And they weren't updating the things that they should have, and the game just went under. The only difference there was, since MapleStory was so new, they didn't have that player nostalgia to back them up. They couldn't abuse players like they could in Mabinogi, because players didn't have as big of an attachment to MapleStory 2 yet. It had been out for less than a year before the game was just in plain awful shape. But yeah, back when I first started, like, I remember I worked real hard. I got like my first $500 laptop when I was like working all summer when I was like 15 or 16 years old, and then shortly after, my parents finally upgraded the high-speed internet, and I started playing Mabinogi, and it was like the first MMO I really fell in love with. I never really tried like World of Warcraft or whatever, but I mean that game required a subscription. I didn't have money to try that game back then. Shield up. Jeez, if I had my rocket hammer equipped, this thing would already be dead. Rampage. There we go. Oh, I did hear like some rumors about how like some sort of gacha in the original MapleStory was rigged. Like players would come into my like stream chat when I was playing Mabby and tell me about that. Yeah. I don't know, when I was in high school, I had some friends that were really obsessed with MapleStory, and that's actually how I found Mabinogi. They were like, you should really try MapleStory, it's such a great game and everything like that. And I did, and then I was just like, this game isn't for me. I tried it for maybe like 2 or 3 days, and then I was like, wait a minute, what's Mabinogi? Because it was an Xlong game, same as MapleStory, and then I've just been here in Mabinogi like ever since. I was more into MapleStory 2 than I was into the original MapleStory game, I'll be honest. Like, I liked the barding system, some of the combat was okay. Their housing system had a lot of potential. Really a shame that game went under. Yep, pretty much the same story. Like, in my early days, I mostly played on an elf, actually, and I just spent most of my time inside of Philia. And then I remember whenever I would like continent warp over to Turconail, it was a big journey to, you know, get on your horse mount or no mount at all and run all the way through Dugald Isle. You know, that took about 5 or 10 minutes back then if you were doing it on foot. And then getting to Dumbarton. And then I also remember like playing on a human sometimes and like teaming up with like, you know, getting 3 or 4 other people and then running all the way from Quilla base camp to Philia to get players their free elf card, and how the elves would always have to like stop and like wait because they were so fast and wait for like a minute for the humans to catch up. I remember one funny little thing that they let you did in MapleStory 2, which I was kind of surprised they put it in the game, is like there were little porta potties in some areas in MapleStory 2, and you could actually like your character could actually like lift up the tops of the porta potties, and like sometimes they'd be empty and sometimes there'd be like an NPC in there or something. It was weird. I'm actually surprised they left that feature in for like the American version. Yeah, I didn't do too many journeys to like fails with players, like maybe once or twice, but one thing I heard, I don't really know because I didn't really see a lot of giants back then, but I heard giants used to look a lot uglier, and then their design got updated. Like they used to look a little bit more square and unattractive or whatever. I heard some players saying that. It is kind of a shame. The giants are a little underappreciated, like in general. Like, more people play as a human and an elf, but the giants really are kind of cool. I feel kind of bad. I remember one time I was playing a human and a giant wanted to spar me, and I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not really big into PvP. I don't really care. I don't pay attention. And the giant hit me like one time and took out like a small chunk of my health. And then I didn't use any skill or anything, but my character literally swings their sword twice, and then like the giant's dead. They were totally shocked that that a tiny human just destroyed them. I think maybe one reason a lot of people didn't play as giants was a lot of the clothing was meant for humans and elves, like in the early days. I think since we have a lot more event outfits and gacha outfits now, pretty much any race can wear those. So it's like now people see the value in playing, playing giants more than before, I guess. But before, it feels like there were a lot more like clothing restrictions, so maybe it wasn't as attractive for fashion ogis, especially before they were slimmed down. Like, a lot of people play the game to look cute or have cool character designs, so it wasn't really the ideal race for that in their early days. That's actually why I play a giant now, because like when I came back and started making Mabinogi content, my internet wasn't originally good enough for streaming until I upgraded my internet. So like my first character, I made a human, and I mostly made YouTube videos with him, and then by the time I could actually start streaming, I was like, okay, this character is pretty far along. Maybe I should just start over and get back to my roots and be what I was always meant to be, an elf. So my second character was an elf. And then after a couple years working on him, I was like, you know what? I've never played a giant, or if I have, I've never really gotten much further than like Gen 1 or 2 at the most with the giant character. So I really want to reach mid to end game with a giant, and that's why I created like the giant that I'm working on now. So like a lot of things were new for me when I played like a giant character. Like I had never like gotten the final strike skill before that giants have, and I was kind of, it was interesting to see the differences between that and like final hit. And I was also kind of impressed like how strong final strike is against some earlier enemies. Too far away, I'm gonna need a pot for that. Oh, that guy got me from all the way over there. That was a cheap shot. Let's wait for that shield again. There we go. Come back here, you. There we go. Yeah, and the other interesting thing too is like they're the only ones that can use a shield with explosive vanguard, because they can build both a lance and a shield, and they'd probably be pretty good at being a sacred guardian too. So yeah, giants have a lot of just overall good strength. It's also kind of cool how everything looks bigger with a giant too, right? Like chair items. And like pets and stuff. Like you wanna look cool AFKing with like a big chair and like Dumbarton. Play as a giant because your chairs will be bigger too, and so will some of your like mounts. So they're pretty good at that. Yeah, and I went in like making a giant with the intention of making him like tall. Like I wanted him to be a character that was pretty big even for a giant. Like he wears like shoes that elevate his height even, so he's even slightly taller than normal giants. Like I used Final Strike a lot when I was doing like Grandmaster tests and stuff, and like there were bosses that I struggled with in the Grandmaster test with like when using like an elf or a human, and I used Final Strike with the giant and I just tanked some of the more difficult Grandmaster bosses, and I was like, wow, like Final Strike is better than I thought. It does have some drawbacks though, because it's also like Final Strike and Final Hit have some key differences. Like, for example, Final Hit, you can use it with swords, knuckles. You can use it with multiple different kinds of weapons. It doesn't have to just be like blunt weapons or swords. But Final Strike specifically only works with like swords and like blunt weapons. My next new character will be a human, though. Like, I've already planned it out. Like, and I'm already kind of planning out like the hair and the eyes and the outfit and stuff ahead of time. But like when Unreal comes out, when we move over to Eternity, I'm going to create my first character in Eternity as well. And I'm already planning things out for that character. So I'm gonna go back to human when that happens. Oh, nice. Are you gonna You know, are you gonna do the blinded stuff, or are you gonna skip it? Because that's one thing I've been thinking about doing. I've been thinking about like doing a character where I don't do any blinded stuff. Or I've been thinking about doing a character where I do blinded stuff, but I don't use moon gates or mana tunnels. Like only basically mounts and no kind of teleport travel. Like I basically have to commerce everywhere, move slow. I like how the blended stuff is optional because, like, if a new player were to ever tell me the blended stuff is like makes things way too easy, I'd be like, okay, then just skip the blended stuff. If you want to play the game like it was in the old days, you know, you can still skip the blended stuff and play it on basically hard mode. So I like that we have that option. But yeah, go Giants. I do like that movement speed that you get when you play an elf, but I have to admit, like in my early days playing an elf super seriously with my last streaming character, my elf was very weak in the beginning. Like incredibly weak. I died a lot, and like my giant didn't have that problem. My giant was just like, I'm gonna tank through everything and I'm only gonna die like maybe 1 or 2 times. Hey, I mean, the good news is they're like redoing the Glass Gavilan fight, right? Like the final Gen 1 boss. Like there's some older videos where they like show off what they plan to do for that boss fight. It's gonna have more mechanics in Eternity, so hopefully that's when the generation quests will step it up. Like, I remember the days when you would go into Tir Nanag with, like, you know, 2 or 3 people typically, and it was tough, you know? It wasn't super tough, but it was tough back then. Yeah, and that's why I've made like the dungeon video and shadow mission video, because I feel like older content, like if we're gonna have Arcana, then older content needs to be scaled up to match it, you know? Like... That's part of the problem. They need to make it so... Like, let's say someone does get into an Arcana before they get to the end of Gen 1, then that's something they need to prepare for. That's something that they need to... that they need to step up in the game. I'm glad there are plans to remove the dumb Neurite system and improve, like, the current endgame dungeons, but that's kind of the biggest disappointment about the Fantasy Party to me, because it was like... Oh, okay. They talked about improving the endgame dungeons and the gear and stuff, and I think that's great. You know, we need to make small changes like that, but there was no talk about how to improve the older existing dungeons and shadow missions at all, which was kind of unfortunate. Let's go move this over here. The only other thing I can see them doing is like banning the use of Arcana skills in dungeons. But even then, like if you do an elite shadow mission or something just with normal dual gun skills and no Arcana skills, it's still way too easy. So that doesn't, like, restricting Arcana from that wouldn't completely solve the issue. I mean, it's part of the problem, but it's not the only problem in the scaling. I don't even think it needs to be that complicated. Like, it's not like changing the dungeons needs to be a huge complicated process. Just turn up the difficulty. That's what they did when they first made Veteran Dungeons. Like, Veteran Dungeons came out a little bit before we even had Arcana, and all they did was they just made all the enemies in a normal dungeon really, really difficult. They gave them a lot of HP and more damage. That's all you really have to do for the current dungeons, too. You just make their poison effects more effective, and you give them way more HP and way more attack. Like, you just have to scale them up. Don't even really have to rework the mechanics or anything like that. Well, there could have been more to the Tir Na Nog dungeon. I mean, it was still in development. We can hope that the actual dungeon will be longer. They may have just wanted to show off the boss room and the boss, you know, and actually show the key points instead of just the normal enemies. Because, you know, they have time limits in those showcases, so that's what I'm kind of hoping is the case. I mean, I agree some dungeons are too long, but overall, I don't want it to be like, oh, I cleared 1 or 2 rooms and then I'm at the boss. If that was the case, then pretty much all the dungeons would feel more like the Abyss dungeons, where it's like 2 or 3 rooms and then the boss fight. And that would feel kind of weird. I wouldn't mind it if they did something like shorten Karu Dungeon, for example. Like, Karu Dungeon is 5 floors. That one's always been way too long. And I think they need to make more use out of the, like, poisoning side effect. Like, if I'm running advanced, an advanced dungeon that has poisonous spiders, sure, most of the enemies are way too easy. I easily defeat them. But the thing that takes away most of my HP is if I accidentally get poisoned, I lose, like, pretty much 3/4, you know, maybe a little bit more than half my HP if I from like the poison effect. Like, if you turned up those spiders to a veteran level and then they still had that, like, super deadly poison effect, it'd be a lot more threatening. Hey, a slime casino. It's been a while since we found one of these. I gotta gamble. Oh yeah, make it harder to knock down enemies? That could help. Alright, finally used up all my slime coins. Hooray for promoting gambling. To be fair though, Gen 1 Pokemon also had a casino, so it's amazing there aren't more players that turned out to be gambling addicts because of early Pokemon games. There were a couple Naruto games for like the PS2 or whatever that had some like slot machine type stuff because probably because of like Tsunade's character and all that. But yeah, if they made it harder to like knock down enemies so they could sort of like that'd be sort of like running Rabby Phantasm, because like there's some enemies that just aren't that easy to knock down. Like I think those succubus fiends are pretty hard to knock down. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different monster, but that dungeon's a good example of how there are some enemies that just won't fall down as much. There are also some bosses in veteran dungeons that can knock you down super easily. Like if I'm using the machine gun move, whatever that one's called, with Arsenal Gunner on like a boss, if it's like a golem or a giant spider, they can knock me down when I'm using it. But then again, you can just use the technique that makes it impossible for you to be knocked down for like a minute, and then you can just like tank the damage and then like while spamming the hit to do damage to them. So that's how I deal with like that kind of boss now. Wait, there's a way down here that leads to some treasure. I want to get the dead end spots first. Oh wait, this needs to be moved. I move that there. Let's get a new flame vial. Does this way lead to a dead end, or is this the right way to go? I don't know. Gonna find out. They find another slime casino? I guess those are finally back. Well, I used up all my slime coins, so I don't need to go for a while. Let's see where this path leads. Okay, this is the right way to go, so we don't want to go this way yet. You can mostly just gamble for crowns there. There's a couple other prizes too, and you can use like crowns to gamble there, like 200 crowns per spin. That's kind of a waste of currency, but also any slime type enemy in the game, like a jelly or slime enemy, they have a chance of dropping what's called a slime coin. So if you save up enough slime coins, then you can use those in like the slot machines and gamble them for like crowns. I think it's like 10 slime coins per spin or something like that. So yeah, if you have a bunch of slime coins saved up, you can make a lot of extra profit by just stopping by a slime casino that's in the Clockworks. I was kind of excited to go there because I had like 50 or 60 slime coins saved up, so I made some extra profit there. Go up here and get this too. Both Mabinogi and Spiral Knights are kind of like nostalgic for me. Like, I love Mabinogi, it'll always be my favorite MMO, but I did find this one. This game is like from 2012, so I found it a little bit later. And it's just a really good party game. Like, I actually, the artist that does, like, all the art for my, like, channels and stuff, he's actually, like, a friend that I made in Spiral Knights. We were in, like, the same guild for a while. And, like, I've been friends with him for over 10 years. Just turns out he happened to be an artist, so it's like, I was like, hey, you want to make some small money for doing art for my channel? And he's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to like add me in like Spiral Knights or Mabinogi, I'm perfectly fine with that. I enjoy talking about like Mabinogi and like Spiral Knights and other games I'm passionate about with just about anyone. Like, I just want to help new players out. Wait, do we go this way? Oh yeah, I guess we do. We came from that way, okay. One of the big reasons why I quit Spiral Knights was because like the lag issues it had before. Like they ironed out a lot of those before. Sometimes you'd just be bouncing all over the screen, couldn't really get anything done. Glad that's fixed. Yeah, like after I quit, I thought about coming back, and sometimes I would play the game, you know, for like a day or two, for like an hour or something, just to kind of relive the memories. And I'd be playing, and I'd be in one of the early stages, and I'd just be lagging all over the place, and it was causing me to die. And I was like, this isn't fun, which is unfortunate. This game used to be owned by like 3 Rings and Sega, so one bad thing that they did was I noticed that shortly before I quit, like we weren't getting any big updates for like months. We were mostly just getting like new costumes that were overpriced, and the new costumes weren't really new. They were just old costumes that we already had in like new colors. And then later on, we find out that they were wasting all our money on like some stupid Spiral Knights phone game spinoff that wasn't going anywhere. And that was a big reason why I quit as well. Let's get that guy out of here. That one's a problem. Ah. I love these little cat ghosts, though. They're one of my favorite monsters in the game because they're like cat themed. They're so adorable, and then they're like angry and evil, just like a cat. The one cool thing about this game formerly being owned by Sega, and you might be able to find one on the auction house, is there's actually a Metal Sonic outfit in this game that stopped being distributed once ownership transferred to Greyhavens. So, because there was like this thing where like if you had the Sonic CD game installed on your PC from Steam or whatever, you could get like a free Metal Sonic suit. Because like Sega used to own part of this, so they could do that. I think the only way to get that is like if someone's selling it on the auction house. Like someone could probably still sell that. It's probably pretty rare these days. Another thing that used to draw in some players is, I think it's Team Fortress. Like, there's a thing where if like a Team Fortress player plays Spiral Knights, then they can get a Spiral Knights themed hat in Team Fortress. So a lot of players just like played this game for like maybe an hour to get their free hat and then left, and some players actually stayed. I don't know if that method still works. They might still do that. So if there are any Team Fortress players out there, you can probably get a Spiral Knights themed hat if you play this game. Jeez, those big ghosts are the problem, because they can even hurt me through my pet shield. That won't help me there. Only the candlelight keeps him at bay. The closest thing to being a healer is using this pet, well, Battle Sprite, which are basically pets. Like, hang on a second, let me these guys. So, like, my second pet skill, for example, any enemies affected by that, it increases their chances of dropping hearts. And then the shield, the pet skill I use the most is this shield one. That will shield you, and it'll also shield other players if they stay within the radius of your shield. So this pet is basically like a healer, because it can make enemies drop more hearts, and you can also use its shielding ability, which is pretty handy. The other battle sprites, like the dragon, is more for like attack, and then the shadowy one is more for stealth. It can make you like invisible for a short time and stuff like that, and poison the enemies. It's more of like an assassin type. So like this is my battle sprite, and it has one attack, and then it has the Iron Heart attack here. Targets destroyed while enchanted may drop defense orbs and more hearts. And then the Seraphic Aura, that one, party members within the protective aura gain increased shield regen, and they're also like immune to like damage from spikes and enemies and stuff for a certain period of time. And then you can also pick one perk too, so I use this one, but you can increase your defense, increase how fast you attack with a gun or a sword, or increase the charge speed for your bombs, or resistance to certain types of damage. So you can pick one of these perks for pretty much all your pets. I like the healer cat. I do have the other ones, I just don't use them. They're not like fully evolved. Like this is usually the dragons are red, but this one's like a special purple one. So this one is like, its skills focus on raw offensive power, fiery destruction, and then yeah, this one's skills focus on supporting knights in combat with protection and restoration. And then this one is a special skin of the Masquerith. So this one focuses on shadows and like poison and like stealth and stuff. There aren't really like classes in the game though. That's one similarity in Mabinogi, is like you can pretty much play however you want to, right? Like how you do in game depends on like what you equip. So like you could equip mostly guns and be mostly a gunner. You could equip mostly swords and be mostly a swordsman. Or you could use like bombs. I use a variety. Like usually I pay a little extra and get like 2 extra weapon slots, and I like to use like a hammer, a sword, a gun, and like 1 type of explosives. So I use like a variety of attacks that mostly do normal damage. Wait, what does this switch do? Okay, that's for that gate. Fire, fire. I gotta take care of this guy first. He's gonna be the most annoying enemy. Okay, I want to stay kind of close to the flame because that big ghost. Those big ghosts that float around, like the candle's the only thing that'll hold them back. And even if I'm using my pet shield, he can still hurt me if he gets to me, even while my shield is up. There's also like a type of a ghost knight that sometimes wanders around in graveyards, and they can like phase through like walls and stuff and do some crazy stuff that normal enemies can't. Let's go get that. I could get closer to these ghosts, but like sometimes it's just better to keep some distance. The cat also allows you to tank more too. Like, I wait for the pet shield, now I know I'm immune to more types of damage, and then I go in and take more risk. So it's also kind of like a... It functions as both like a healer and a tank almost, in some ways. Yeah, Gun is playing it safe. My sword actually has some bonus damage against these undead guys, so it's a little bit faster. But faster isn't always safer. I think it's pretty cool. You can actually get some of these cats as like pets in your guild hall. Like, I think there are 2 different types. You can have like one of these Mew cat ghosts floating around in your guild hall normally, and then there's also like some sort of special tome item that can temporarily summon one for like a few seconds. Which I think is great, because these cats are just the best. Yeah, it's kind of a side pet, like just something you can enjoy in a guild hall. Just look for a lot of guild halls are open to the public. Like, you can just look for a guild hall that has one, and join them if you want to spend a lot of time around the cat. You can even interact with a lot of the stuff in a guild hall, that even if you're not directly part of the guild. So like, if you see like a little book on a stand, like in a guild hall, try interacting with it, and it might be one of those ones that can summon a Mew cat. Uh-oh, pain. Keep back. It's the only way you can really get rid of them without light, is just let them get close and then, like, kind of trick them into biting and disappearing. Let there be light. I actually better heal. I'm almost dead. There we go. Okay, what's up this way? Crap, there are no candles up here. I'm gonna have to be quick. Okay, elevator is over here. If you're doing like arcade mode, there are like 29 depths in total. And that's when you like reach the end, so we're at like depth 25. Okay, for here we're gonna definitely take our time, not taking unnecessary risks. Here, let's do this. They're boxing me in too much. There we go. Guns are also great for getting rid of those exploding blocks. You can hit them with your sword and avoid damage if you're the right distance away, but it's a lot easier to just blast them away. Okay, which way do we go? Looks like there's only one way to go, this way. No real point to getting these guys, but it is still fun. Sometimes they drop a heart, but they don't really drop any loot that's worthwhile most of the time. It's fun to bully them. Oh, they got a healer up there. Let's see what we can do about that. There we go. Which way do we go here? 3 different directions. I'm gonna go this way first. Nope, don't want to go that way. I want to go the other 2 ways first. Come on, open up that bubble. There we go. Okay, for this one, I'll take my time. Still gotta be careful because these slimes will use the little floor technique where they make spikes pop out of the floor. So even if you're keeping your distance with a gun, you still kind of have to keep an eye on the ground just in case. Let's clear some room in there. Okay, now we're gonna go after the healer. Oh wow, that guy got me. Okay, this one will be pretty easy. Just pop around the corner. Use the wall to shield. Okay, we're gonna stay right over here mostly, because their beams can't cross over here. There's that one. Yeah, this room had a lot of hearts in it, that was helpful. I could make my gun a little bit stronger if I got some variants for it, but variants in this game are basically like reforges in Mabinogi. Like, getting reforges or variants in this game basically costs a lot of crowns, a lot of gold in-game currency. So it's sort of like the same thing with Mabinogi and reforges, where yeah, you can get them if you spend enough in-game currency, but they're so randomized and so expensive to get that they encourage you to spend actual money to actually try and gamble on it. Ow. That guy got me. Oh wait, there's a healing capsule up there. I should use one of mine. Heal up. Yeah, it would be nice if they improved that in Mabby. And it is kind of surprising to some players, but I've never really cared about my gear in Mabinogi, as strange as that would sound. Like, gearing up and getting like top level gear is like, it's expensive and reforges are bad, so I just don't really bother, because it's like, unless you're going to be an endgame raider doing the endgame raid dungeons and stuff, which a lot of players do, I'm not really big on like raiding or anything like that, so I just don't really see the point. You don't really need that stuff unless you're going to be doing that kind of content. But yeah, I agree, the system needs to be improved. I don't really think Shineseeker dungeons are like the right approach, because that's all about just giving you decently strong gear for no effort, no real effort. So I don't really like all that Shineseeker crap, because it's like when I get Shineseeker gear, I don't feel like I'm earning it. I feel like, oh, they're just giving me this for free because they assume I'm weak. And I personally find it kind of insulting. Explore everywhere. That was probably a danger room back there, so yeah, that looks like it's everywhere. Oh fun, a compound. I hope they rework compounds whenever they rework Arcade, because compounds are not that much fun. Yeah, big problem with Mabinogi is that there are too many RNG systems like that, with like reforges, gachas, and stuff like that. I do like how Mabinogi is one of those games where you can basically get anything with gold, so anyone that's willing to put in the work doesn't really have to spend real money. But one of its weaker points is definitely that one way or the other, they get you to spend some resource, whether that's gold or NX. You'll either be logged into the game 24/7, or you'll cough up and pay them what they want you to pay them. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. Pet shield. This is why I love this pet. It doesn't last forever. Not gonna get me with that. Let's get those other two as well. I'll remember that potion's there and go back for it if I need it later. Because potions don't expire. That's one thing, like healing capsules in this game will never really expire on all level. You can pretty much always go back for it unless you cross a checkpoint that prevents you from going back. But like hearts will expire after a while, but not items. Okay, let's do this. Okay, now that the healer's gone, we can just pick these guys apart nice and slow. Oh, you're trying to get me. Ah, and he has friends. Hey, another potion drop, that's nice. I think I will pick that one. Yeah. Like I can fight these little guys with my sword, but it is really easy to accidentally get too close to them and take damage. Fighting them with like a sword. Oh, Devilites. Okay, these guys will be a little bit more tricky. Devilites are a little tricky because they have like kind of crazy movements and they throw stuff. It's actually interesting. There aren't any enemies that are like full-on gunners. Like there are Devilites that throw stuff and they're like stationary monsters that kind of spit bullets at you, but there isn't really an enemy that's an actual gunner in the same way that the player is. There aren't any like gremlins that actually use firearms, surprisingly. Oh, got a healing fly over there. I'm gonna have to deal with him. Oops, got me with the snowball. Here, let's bait him over here. I gotta get him away from that healer, or bring that healer into this zone. One of the two. Like, the closest thing to a gremlin gunner in this game is there are some stealth gremlins that like can make themselves invisible, and they can like throw saw blades at you. So they're kind of close to like ninja gremlins. Oh, those moths are really annoying, whatever they're called. Best keep my distance from those things. Same with those things, like getting close to those with close combat is kind of risky. Like, you can do it, but you might take some damage. That's why I use a variety of weapons, because like, I like using swords, but not all. A sword isn't suited for all enemies, and that's just the, you know, how it is. I like tanking things and just slashing through enemies, but unfortunately I can't just do that all the time. Come on. There we go. Got him. I'll use this potion up. Because you can only hold like 3 of each healing capsule, so no point leaving that one behind. Hey, sword bot. I think the sword bots are kind of cool. Like, they have a sword and shield like you do. And, like, you can engage in, like, close combat with them if you know what you're doing, but it's, like, sometimes it's better to, like, go at them with a sword and get them out of the way quickly. Sometimes it's better to, like, take your time with them if you can. There we go. Oh, there's one of those slimes out here. 2 of them, actually. Oh crap, they got me with their floor thing. I wasn't paying attention. That's alright. Gotta watch the ground. Where's that switch at? Maybe it's over here. There it is. Okay, let's lure that guy in here. Easy. Oh, another sword bot. That's where he was heading out. I don't think he'll be too much trouble. Okay. how many of these things there are. These guys try and gang up on you. Okay, that's all of them. Okay, we gotta find the switches for this room. And I have to be very careful when I do that. Oh crap. Ah, those moths are a pain in the butt. Okay, let's use that. We're missing a switch somewhere. Let's go and get that health. Okay, once I... Oh, there's a switch, right. Let's use Pet Shield, get rid of those guys. I need to get that healer out of here. Okay, you're trapped now. Crap, that froze me. That's bad. Very bad. Okay. That thing's only gonna be in the way. We're gonna take him out. Now all the main threats are gone. Now I just need to take my time and be careful. I'm still gonna fight them because I want the crowns that they drop. Yeah, that's the other thing about Mabinogi. Like, I created my giant around the last time, like shortly before they did their last like master plan event thing. They're all about leveling up your character super fast now. It wasn't like that when I was playing on my elf. These new flying high events really send you soaring quickly through the levels. I'm not really sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, honestly. Like, I kind of feel like some players are moving a bit too fast. Like, they're just trying to push us into Arcana and endgame dungeons so we can forget about older content, which I'm not really a big fan of. I kind of wish they would go back and, like, scale up older content like they should, so it will be relevant again. But feels like Ravi Phantasm, Crombass, Glenberna, and the Breelith, and maybe tech missions are pretty much the only kind of dungeons that they feel are relevant. Are there any other crowns I missed? Oh, there's that guy over there. Okay, we got him. Mystery floor. Okay, cooling chamber. Not too bad. Could be worse. There's like one more floor after this before the core, like one more floor of like enemies, depth 28, and then like the core itself. There won't be any enemies there in depth 29. Okay, let's do that. Even these ghosts move in kind of tricky ways. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of where we're headed too, and I don't really like that, if I'm being honest, like, because I'm an old player too. I remember when, you know, you had to work to level up your skills, and it feels like you have to do less of that these days. Things just require less effort than they used to. And that was one thing I used to appreciate about Mabinogi, is how, like, things were a lot of work to level up, but it paid off. Like, if you invested the time to make your character better, you know, you would upgrade these skills and get, you know, 2 strength, 3 stamina, or whatever from this and that, and then you level enough skills, and eventually that would make a difference. But now it's just like, we want to power you up to be strong enough to do all the old content and make it no fun anymore, and it's just not as great. And I don't have an issue with Arcana. I don't think Arcana is the problem. I like Arcana, but I think the problem is that, like, how Arcana works and how you get them, like, all that's fine. Even how you level it's fine. The problem is that the game needs to be a challenge again. We need monsters scaled up, and we actually need it to take effort to grandmaster our talents and skills. Okay, this way leads to the elevator, so this must be the right way to go. So I want to go this way that leads to treasure first, I think. Hello. Ooh, that ghost almost got me. Not yet, not yet. You have to work harder than that, cat. gotta get that healing fly out of here. There we go. I think it was a good step to add the hard mode tech difficult, like the hard mode tech missions back, though. Like originally when I made my Shadow Mission video, when I was planning to make it, I originally planned on telling them they should add the hard mode back for tech missions, but then they actually did it, like before I got around to making the video. So I'm glad that I wasn't the only player thinking that, and that they actually got enough feedback to get that done. Yeah, and I'm still really mad that they removed unrestricted dungeon passes, because you could use adventure seals to get unrestricted dungeon passes, and you could also get them for free on Fridays if you had VIP. And now every time I need to go into a advanced or intermediate dungeon for one of the older dungeons that are way too easy, I'm expected to pay like 30 to 50k for a pass. Like, that sucks. And then the passes for like techs and other things, yeah, those are pricey too. Are they bringing it back? I don't know if I caught that part. If they are, I'd be all for that. I really hope they are. I was very upset when they removed unrestricted dungeon passes. Another big reason why I like unrestricted dungeon passes is because if you're into collecting the monsters that you can transform into for your transformation journal, you'll need to go into certain versions of the older dungeons to find those monsters and get to them, and unrestricted dungeon passes is a very nice way to quickly access those monsters. Yeah, I think it was a big mistake to remove them. I mean, like, I'm glad we have unlimited veteran foamer passes. Those are nice, because those let you go into a veteran version of any dungeon, but, like, I miss the unrestricted dungeon passes and having those. They used to be in the cash shop too. You used to be able to buy them for a little under $1 in the NX shop back in the old days, and they removed it from there too. And then I was kind of mad about that. Then they kind of made it up to us by making them free with VIP and buying one in the Adventure Seal shop. So that was okay with me after they did that. And now they're gone completely. So. I'm really glad that some of the Korean players are actually involved with the NA community. That's kind of cool. Like, all I have to go off on is mostly Google Translate, and making the best I can out of that translation. So it's kind of cool that some of the Koreans actually care about the NA community to translate some of that stuff for us. I think a couple of them even play the NA version of the game, but I'm not sure how many. Dungeon access, revamp, early, mid-game, like Ulan Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I'll be very happy when they return. If they still want to give VIP players like Phantasm passes and stuff like that, because that's what they replaced it with for VIP, they replaced it with Phantasm passes. If they want players to like still run Phantasm stuff, what I think they should do when they return unrestricted dungeon passes is they should give us a pass selection box. That way, like on Fridays, we could get like a pass selection box, and we could pick a unrestricted dungeon pass, or we could pick a abyss pass, or a phantasm pass, or whatever else, an unlimited veteran foamer pass. Let the players choose. Give us as much choice as possible. Yeah, I think that's great. Like, I mean, it's great because we need communication between our two servers, right? That was the problem in Mabinogi's early days, where the Korean devs didn't really care about us because we don't bring in most of their money. The Korean players do. So they didn't really care about our opinions, and we had no real way of communicating with them because back then it was a lot harder to translate the Korean site, and, you know. So I think it's great that like we have players that can speak Korean involved in the NA community. And before Min Kyung-un stepped down as the director for the game to work on Eternity more, like, he cared about the NA players. I could just, you know, you can just tell from the way he acted. Like, when he was still the director, he even visited the NA team, and he made, like, a little video talking about, like, the plans for the game and Eternity and stuff like that to like, address the NA players. So, in my opinion, he was by far the best director we've had. Like, I don't know if, like, Choi Dong-min honestly meant his apology and actually wants to improve the game now, or if he just messed up so bad that they said, look, man, you gotta fix this. I don't really care. All I care about is that they actually, you know, start making better updates and start actually listening to the player base again, because if they don't, the game's gonna crash before we get to Eternity, and nobody wants that. Yeah, exactly. Like, Choi Dong-min's problem is that he's only looking at from a developer standpoint. In other words, he's only implementing all these changes that he thinks is good because he's read that it works out well in, like, other MMOs. So he thinks, oh, I'm just going to put all this stuff in Mabinogi and they won't like it now, but they'll like it eventually because, you know, we've read the articles and stuff. Well, that doesn't matter. Like, you actually have to be a player of the game. Unless you're playing through the game, you're not really going to fully understand it, right? You're only going to understand on one side of it. There are two sides to an MMO. There is the technical side and like the limitations of what you can do, but you're not really going to understand like all the problems and inner workings of the game unless you're actually a player in it and have the player perspective too and actually play through it. So you really need both to be a good manager of a game like that. Like, Choi Dong-min is just, like, I don't know. He's not really a good fit, but, like, Min Kyung-eun, he did the Idia Commerce update. Like, he was behind that, and that was mostly positive. Like, if you look at all the good updates that we had before Choi Dong-min stepped into power, like, that was all Min Kyung-eun's doing. He really knows what he's doing. I'm kind of hoping when Eternity comes back, Min Kyung-eun will return as our director. Like, hopefully his leave is only temporary. Okay, that big slime is one to worry about. He has some long-range attacks there. If we keep enough distance, we'll be alright. Can't get too close to him with close-up attacks too, because he can do that. Oops. There's a spike. Let's use the pet shield. There's one little slime left over there. Oh yeah, like, Mabinogi has been through worse times before. Like, I think that's why everyone's looking forward to Eternity too, because like before Eternity was announced, everyone was kind of losing hope. Like, even me, I was thinking, boy, I'm making all these videos about the game, but like, realistically, how much longer is Mabinogi gonna last? You know, is it just gonna stay on life support for, you know, 5 or 10 more years if I'm lucky, and then after that, what do I do in terms of like content? What other MMO will I find to fill that void, you know? So Eternity is like it's like a bright light in the end of a very dark tunnel. It really does give players hope. Because before there wasn't really any hope. It was like, yeah, Mabinogi can tinker around with a couple of updates, maybe last a little while longer, but with that outdated engine, eventually it's just gonna stop being compatible with a lot of like hardware and stuff, and there are gonna be so many other better games that it's just gonna die out. So we need to make it to Eternity. Like, it's Mabinogi's last hope. If Eternity fails, then like there is no future for Mabinogi, and that's just like a reality. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do without like the Eternity happening. The good news is like everyone was kind of like you know, a little on edge when it got first announced. Like everyone was like, is this really real? Is this really gonna happen? You know, when it was in the early stages, players were more worried, but I think now that we've seen that the alpha test is getting started, clearly they're putting a lot of money and effort into this. So I think it's the probability of it actually being real and happening is actually pretty high now. It's not like they just... Before, people were kind of wondering, oh, are they just, you know, spending a little bit of money on this expensive trailer to, you know, make us spend a lot of money on the game and then, you know, announce a shutdown date later? But no, that doesn't seem like that's the case. The alpha testing is like really exciting for me because it's like, it proves that this is real. It's like really gonna happen. It has a very high chance of actually succeeding. Bait those enemies down here. I got this whole long hallway to practice with my long range. And I've bounced between a lot of MMOs from like good to bad for pretty much, you know, a long time, and the biggest problem I have with a lot of MMOs is a lot of them just don't hold my attention the way Mabinogi does. Like, yeah, Spiral Knights is good for having a good time in some dungeons once in a while, but like, it doesn't hook me the same way Mabinogi does. So if Mabinogi ever really did get shut down, I really would wonder, like, oh my god, where am I gonna go next? You know, not just for, like, YouTube videos and stuff, but, like, what would I play next? What would be my next main MMO? It would take me a while to find one. That's why I'm saying it's gonna be back on top when Eternity comes out. Like, you look at the top MMOs on like Steam, for example, and you know, usually the top 3 are like Elder Scrolls Online, maybe like one other one, and like Final Fantasy XIV, right? Also, Star Wars The Old Republic is pretty high up on that MMO list. It's probably at least in the top 5, I think. Like, when we get to Eternity, we're gonna be on that list. We're gonna be in like the top 3 MMOs on Steam, probably. And regardless of if Mabinogi Mobile is, like, good or bad, like, it's going to be great for advertising, too, because, like, think about it, when it gets its global release, it's going to be in the App Store. People are going to be like, Mabinogi Mobile, people are going to search Mabinogi, and then they're going to be like, wait a minute, there are 2 games? So, I mean, that's just good advertising for us, you know, no matter which way you look at it. Plus, I've actually heard nothing but good things about Mabinogi Mobile. Like, I haven't really heard any bad complaints about it. Nothing major, at least. It seems like it's a pretty popular mobile MMO, so that's another reason why I'm kind of excited for it. It just looks really well put together. Okay, we finally reached the end. Got to the core. Made a lot of money. there's actually like the core of Spiral Knights, of this planet Cradle. There, you can't actually go inside it in arcade mode, but there is like some of the later story missions. You actually do get to venture inside the core and see what it looks like. That's only like in story stuff. So there are some levels that go deeper. 19,000 isn't too bad. Yeah, it's pretty cool inside the core. It's dangerous inside the core, but it is pretty cool. Like, I think the like journey into the core starts here in the story missions. It's Dreams and Nightmares. I think that's where you get to fight in it. Because they got like the image of the core there and stuff. Alright, real quick, I'm gonna craft some pet food and like sell that, so... That's one way I make some money in Spiral Knights, is I sell pet food. Like, even if you, you can even craft some of the pet food that you don't need, like, for, like, pets that you don't have, and you can just sell it on the auction house. Like, Divine Dust is, something I don't really need, so I'll craft some of that. And sell it. Probably won't sell it until I have a stack of 10, but let's see how much we have here. Yeah, I have 6, so I'll wait a little while before I do that. Then Power Dust, we can make 4 of those too. That's for the Drakon pet. I have 7 of those. I have a lot of Shadow pet food, I don't really need that right now. Oh wow, there aren't too many guild halls open right now, but yeah, like if you're in a guild and you're in like a leader position, you can make the guild hall public, like when you're online, so other people can go in and check it out. Usually the list is much longer than this, but guild halls are actually pretty cool. Like, let's see what these guys have. Guild halls are also the only other place where there's a secondary auction house. Like, you can build an auction house room in your guild hall. The only other one is in Haven, so if you want kind of a quiet place to browse the auction house, the guild's a good place to do it. Craft trophies and furniture and stuff. Like, they're pretty large. So like this entire map is just one person's, one guild's guild hall. And they can all be expanded to like this size. These are actually new. I don't know how you get these. You can actually craft statues of like players. Of your players and put them in your guild hall as like furniture, which is pretty cool. I was away whenever that update went into place. I want to learn how to do that one day. This room, if you're like a part of the guild, you can craft like trophies in here. Like you can collect tokens from bosses and use them to craft trophies. Like there's a trophy of like the first boss, that beast thing, and that giant mechanical looking dog is also like a boss. You can craft a trophy of that. Those are chess pieces. You can actually play chess in guild halls. Like those are used for pawns, I think. Oh, here's a full chess room. Like you can actually pick up a piece like that and then like move it here, for example, and like play a game of chess. I was away when that update got implemented too. Oh, that's a smaller statue of a player. Still kind of cool though. This is a snipe garden room. These ones are pretty expensive, but yeah, you can get these little snipe birds and put them in there. I wonder if any of the current guild halls have any of those Mewcat things. Oh, here's one of those book things, but it's not one of those special ones that summons the cat. Some of this furniture is pretty cool, though. My guild hall's on lockdown. It has been for a while because I don't pay my upkeep right now. I'm saving my crowns to get some upgrades before I pick my guild back up again. This one's not a fully upgraded guild hall yet. Like they have to add one more tier here, one more in the center, and then like and then the part that goes up with the other two sides. So this one's still in development. So yeah, the unique thing about guilds and Spiral Knights is like how customizable the guild halls are. I think that's one thing they do better than Mabinogi actually is like Mabinogi, like the guild hall kind of sucks, you know? I'm glad they did that guild update where there are actual guild missions and the new guild menu and all that, but like the guild halls in it are crap. There's only one guild hall that's the same for everyone, and what you can do with it is very limited. Oh, these guys got some Almire furniture. This is really nice. Oh, here's a little Mewcat ghost. They got a little pet one here that's permanent. You can see that little cat there. He's kind of hiding behind the statue. There he is. This one's a small one, too. Yeah, look how happy he is. So you can actually get like a... You can like place one in the area and they'll float around in the area that you set them in. Yeah, guild castles were a little bit better, but even when we had them, like realistically, you couldn't really customize the castles. It was this sort of a way of saying, my guild paid more, so we kind of own this area, you know, and we put in the effort to crafting the castles, but all the castles looked the same. It didn't change the dungeon or anything. I think they should bring it back, but like, I also think that, it'd be nice if like castles were a little bit more customized. Like, let's say they redo the housing area in Eternity. It'd be really cool if they made it so you could decorate the insides of the castles as well, of like the guild castles, and you could like design the layout any way you want to, as long as the basement with the dungeon would still be there. Like, I want to see an improved version of it. I think this guild hall is fully fleshed out. Oh yeah, they are. Wow, they're doing good. So far, none of those magic tomes that summon the cat. Oh, maybe this is one of them. Oh, I think it is, but they have it blocked off so you can't actually access the, Oh, there it is. There, you can access it from the corner. There's a little cat that you can summon with, like, this, book. He's kind of stuck in that obelisk there. I wonder if I can get him in a different spot. I got stuck. Maybe that's because he's summoned. So yeah, there are little books like that can also temporarily summon one too. Yeah, they could also maybe do something like that. It'd be interesting if they had like a guild homestead for like homesteads. Like you could have like a homestead that only the guild leader and like the guild officers could like edit, but like any players could donate their props. Which is kind of how things work in Spiral Knights, because if you're a normal member, even if you don't have permission to like edit the guild hall, for example, you can interact with the interface like over here, and you can donate your crowns to help support the guild's weekly upkeep or whatever, and you could also like donate furniture if you have any. So I think they could do something similar like with a guild homestead in Mabby. That was a good guild hall. They had a lot of stuff. I also think it'd be kind of cool if homesteads had like a neighbor network, like similar to how you can create a family tree in Mabby. What if you could create like a homestead neighborhood thing where you could have maybe 4 to 6 friends. And then like when you go to your homestead, you could like walk over to the other homesteads in that instanced area. Like it'd be kind of like a little neighborhood, and you could like share resources easier that way. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, well I think we're going to wrap things up right around here. That's good enough on SK for today. So I'll probably be playing SK tomorrow night as well. Probably going to do Contraband Police tomorrow afternoon. I kind of skipped Contraband Police this afternoon because I had some stuff to do. But tomorrow will probably be a Contraband Police day and a Spiral Knights day. And then I'll probably play Mabinogi on Wednesday.